Welcome to Snooze and Muse, the place where history slows down and the forgotten rises gently from the dust. Tonight, we journey beyond the ruins and into the shadows of time, where entire worlds once thrived then vanished, leaving behind only silence and stone. This is the story of lost civilizations, the ones who mapped the stars, moved mountains, and built wonders, but left no words to explain how or why. So settle in. Let the present fall quiet and drift into the past, where the earth remembers and mystery begins. Echoes beneath the stones the Great Pyramid of Giza in the soft haze of dawn. As the sun lifts slowly over the sands of Giza, the Great Pyramid casts its first shadow across the desert floor. For over 4,500 years, this colossus has watched the world change its massive stones and moved, its silhouette unwavering. It stands as more than just a structure. It is a question carved into limestone, a riddle that refuses to age, known as the Pyramid of Khufu, or simply the Great Pyramid. It is the last of the original 7 wonders of the ancient world still standing. But survival is not its greatest mystery. The real enigma lies in its presence, how it came to be, why it was made, and what truths might still lie dormant within. Its very existence feels improbable. At over 480 feet tall when first built, composed of an estimated 2.3 million blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, it is not just an architectural marvel, but a challenge to understanding. Though the pyramid was officially commissioned by Pharaoh Khufu, who ruled around 2580 BCE, the means by which it was constructed still sparks debates that echo through time. The ancient Egyptians left few clues in the form of records. No blueprints, no detailed construction logs, no inscriptions on the stones themselves proclaiming their assembly. What survives is the structure alone and the silence of its builders. It's this silence that makes the monument speak louder than any text ever could. To gaze upon it is to feel the weight of time, not just in centuries, but in civilizations. When the Greek philosopher Herodotus visited in the 5th century BC, the pyramid had already stood for 2 millennia. And yet, even he was left with more questions than answers, recording tales passed down by word of mouth, uncertain which held truth and which had become legend. The pyramid invites awe, but it also invites imagination. Who were the hands that shaped it? What drove them forward beneath the burning Egyptian sun? What visions of life beyond death inspired its sheer scale? As the wind moves across the plateau, one can almost hear the whispers, soft and ancient, rising from beneath the stones, engineering beyond its time. Even in the age of computers and cranes, the Great Pyramid presents a puzzle. It is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions north, south, east, and west within a fraction of a degree. Such precision seems impossible without modern tools, yet the Egyptians achieved it over 4 millennia ago. How? The base is nearly a perfect square, and its corners remain astonishingly level, despite the desert beneath shifting over centuries. Its stones, though weathered now, once fit so tightly together that a blade could scarcely slip between them. These are not the accidental outcomes of trial and error. This was careful, intelligent design. One theory suggests that ancient engineers used the stars or the sun's shadow to determine true north, aligning the pyramid through celestial observation. Others believe water levels were used, channels filled to the brim to ensure a flat foundation. Yet no method explains everything. The scale, logistics, and sheer organization required remain staggering. To move each block, some as heavy as 15 tons, would have taken immense strength, coordination, and ingenuity. No evidence exists of the wheel being used during this period, and no pulleys or cranes have been discovered at the site. Wooden sleds dragged over wet sand may have helped reduce friction, but even this explanation requires a leap of imagination. when multiplied over millions of stones, the internal structure is just as mysterious. Passageways lead upward and downward. Some chambers are reachable, others remain elusive. Air shafts, barely wide enough for a human hand, extend from the inner rooms to the exterior, suggesting the builders considered not only function, but celestial. Ventilation, the more we study it, the more modern the pyramid begins to feel, not in style, but in precision. It has no equal in the ancient world. Nothing comes close in size or complexity until centuries later. It is not just the first of its kind. It is, in many ways, still the finest. A silent challenge from a civilization that dared to shape stone. Into eternity, the king and the cosmos of the Great Pyramid carries the name of Khufu. Little is known about the man himself. His image appears only a handful of times in ancient records. A small ivory statue of him sits in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, standing barely 3 inches tall. A curious contrast, considering the towering monument attributed to him, but perhaps the pyramid was never solely about Khufu the man. It may have been about Khufu the divine, Khufu the eternal. In the Egyptian belief system, the afterlife was not a vague concept, it was a detailed journey, a second life that required preparation and architecture. The pyramid, then, was not just a tomb. It was a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Some scholars believe the structure was designed to mimic the rays of the sun, stone ladder guiding the soul of the pharaoh upward into the arms of the gods. Others point to the shafts in the king's chamber, which align with the stars of Orion and Sirius during Khufu's time. In Egyptian mythology, Orion was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, while Sirius was linked with the goddess Isis. Their alignment suggests a cosmic map guiding Khufu not merely to death, but to transformation. It's a reminder that this civilization didn't see the sky as distant. It was a place one could ascend to through sacred rituals and architecture. The pyramid becomes, then, a machine of eternity, one not powered by gears but by belief. A symbolic lighthouse meant to catch the gaze of the gods as night falls on. The desert and the stars begin to shimmer above Giza. It's easy to understand this vision. The pyramid doesn't just sit beneath the stars, it seems to rise into them. Quietly, powerfully, it merges earth with sky, stone with starlight, man with myth, hidden chambers and hollow spaces. In recent years, new technologies have allowed us to peer into the pyramid without disturbing its ancient walls. Muon tomography, a method using cosmic particles that pass through matter, has revealed cavities and voids never seen before. These discoveries have reignited ancient curiosity. One such void, dubbed the Big Void, lies above the Grand Gallery. Its purpose is unknown. It is not connected to known corridors, and no one has entered it. Is it a structural feature? A hidden chamber? A room for rituals long forgotten? Its silence fuels speculation. Other shafts and hollow spaces exist too, including a mysterious corridor just behind the entrance, discovered in 2023. These spaces suggest that the pyramid holds more than we've uncovered, perhaps even secret knowledge, waiting to emerge after thousands of years. Ancient texts speak of the House of Life, a place where sacred knowledge was kept. Could such wisdom have been hidden here? Or are these empty spaces simply remnants of construction, abandoned or never completed? The mystery remains. Scientists continue to scan, analyze, and dream. But the pyramid offers no easy answers. It yields itself slowly, as if guarding not just history, but the dignity of its own silence. The voids are not just physical, they are emotional. They are the spaces between our questions and the past's refusal to answer. To explore the Great Pyramid is to stand at the edge of understanding. Not everything in history reveals itself. Some things are meant to remain just out of reach. A legacy in stone. What does it mean to build something that lasts longer than memory? The Great Pyramid is more than a tomb, more than an ancient marvel. It is a legacy etched into the earth. When other structures fall, when languages vanish, when empires crumble, this pyramid remains. Its entrance gives us perspective. It reminds us that humans have always reached beyond the present, always tried to shape meaning out of stone and starlight. In its quiet enormity, the pyramid reflects not just the power of a king, but the dreams of a civilization. It has seen armies pass by and emperors come and go. It stood when the Romans ruled, when Napoleon arrived, when planes first flew overhead. Time changes everything around it, but the pyramid endures. Tourists now gather where priests once walked. Children laugh where sacred rites were performed. Cameras click where silence once rolled. And still, the pyramid holds its secrets. As the final light of day sinks beneath the horizon, the Great Pyramid glows gold against the deepening sky. It doesn't demand understanding. It doesn't ask for worship. It simply stands an echo of ancient hands and the dreams they shaped in stone. Its mystery is not a flaw. It is its gift. Something to wonder about, to reflect upon, as sleep begins to fold around us. Circles in the fog, the timeless enigma of Stonehenge in the soft folds of the Salisbury Plain. Beneath skies often draped in gentle mist, a circle of stones rises from the earth. They stand tall and still, as if holding their breath beneath the passing clouds. This is Stonehenge, a structure so old, so stark, and so deliberate that its very presence feels like a whisper from an age beyond memory. An aurora of machinery echoes here. No grand declarations carved into its surfaces, just stones set with quiet intent. They do not shout. They simply remain, set amid sweeping grasslands and silent winds. The monument occupies a place where time seems to slow. The great stones, some weighing up to 25 tons, are arranged in a circular pattern, some standing alone, others capped with horizontal lintels. These megaliths are not scattered by chance. They are positioned with care, aligned to the rhythms of the sun and the moon, tuned to the ancient pulse of the sky on the longest day of the year, the summer solstice. The first rays of morning light fall directly through the entrance and onto the center of the monument. On the shortest day, during the winter solstice, the setting sun glides along a different path, illuminating the stones from the opposite direction. These alignments suggest a deep connection between the earth below and the heavens above. But the truth of Stonehenge is not just in its design, it's in its silence. For all that we've learned through centuries of study, the monument offers no clear answers. No builder's name, no message left behind, just presence. Just purpose. It is both a place and a question. A structure built from stone, but made of mystery, a construction spanning generations. Stonehenge was not raised in a single moment. It is not the work of one king, one people, or even one era. Its story stretches across time, unfolding in slow, deliberate phases. The earliest known construction at the site began around 3100 BC, not with the iconic stones, but with a circular ditch and bank. Within that earthen ring, wooden posts were raised. These first steps, humble in comparison to what would follow, laid the foundation for a monument that would evolve over the course of 1,000 years. Around 2500 BCE, the large sarsen stones were brought to the site. These massive blocks, sourced from quarries nearly 20 miles away, were shaped, transported, and carefully positioned. The engineering required for this task, cutting, moving, and erecting such massive pieces, speaks to a knowledge of tools, teamwork, and vision far ahead of its time. Before and after this phase, smaller stones were added, bluestones, with a distinct bluish hue when wet, believed to have been transported from the Preseli Hills in Wales, nearly 150 miles from Salisbury. This journey, whether by land or water, would have been long and difficult, yet it was done with purpose. The reason, still debated, may lie in the spiritual significance of those stones to the people who moved them. Each generation that added to Stonehenge inherited a vision they didn't begin, but chose to continue. The site shifted, adapted, and grew, mirroring the changing beliefs, ceremonies, and knowledge of those who held its sacred in this way. Stonehenge is a kind of ancient manuscript written not in ink, but in stone in time. Every phase, every addition, is a sentence in a story passed silently from hand to hand. Theories and alignments. What was Stonehenge meant to be? A temple? A calendar? A gathering place for the living, or a threshold to the world of the dead? Its alignment with the solstices offers one of the strongest clues. The fact that light plays such a deliberate role suggests the builders had a complex understanding of the solar cycle. Some scholars believe it functioned as an ancient observatory, tracking celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, even eclipses. The layout of the stones and the way shadows and light moved through them during different times of the year seemed designed to measure the passage of time. In a world without clocks or calendars, such knowledge would have been powerful, guiding the timing of harvests, rituals, and migrations. Others suggest Stonehenge was a temple, a place for spiritual ceremonies that linked the people to forces beyond their reach. The circle may have symbolized unity, eternity, or the cyclical nature of life and death. Still others point to Stonehenge as a bridge between worlds, a physical space designed to mark not just the heavens, but also the journey of the soul. In ancient times, death was not seen as an end, but a passage. The alignment of the stones may have helped guide the spirit from the realm of the living into the afterlife. One theory even proposes that the site was used as a place of healing. The effort to bring the blue stones from Wales may suggest that the stones themselves were believed to possess sacred or curative powers. What all these theories share is a sense of purpose. Stonehenge was not a random gathering of rocks. It was deliberate, meaningful. Whether practical, spiritual, or both, it reflects a society deeply connected to the rhythms of nature and the mysteries of existence. And while we may never know for certain, the theories themselves reveal something profound. They remind us how much our ancestors observed, imagined, and built, reaching toward meaning with every stone they placed, burials, bones, and beacons beneath the stones and surrounding earth. Traces of ancient lives remain. Excavations over the past century have uncovered cremated remains buried within the early ditch enclosure, some dating as far back as the site's first use. These remains suggest Stonehenge was once a sacred burial ground. Perhaps it began as a cemetery for the elite or those deemed spiritually significant. The act of burying the dead near the circle may have been a way of keeping them close to the sacred space, allowing their spirits to remain part of the celestial cycle. Animal bones found nearby indicate feasting or ritual sacrifice. Some show signs of being boiled or roasted, hinting at communal gatherings tied to ceremonial events. These were not everyday meals. They were shared at specific times, perhaps during solstices or other seasonal transitions, marking both the calendar and the community. And then there are the stones themselves, the blue stones. Their distant origin has long fascinated researchers. Why travel so far to retrieve them? Some believe they were already sacred before reaching Salisbury. Others think the act of moving them, of journeying together over land and river, was part of the ritual itself. Each stone, each burial, each scattered bone becomes a clue. Taken together, they form a mosaic of a people who honored life and death, nature and cosmos, in ways we are still trying to understand. Though the monument is made of rock, the humanity beneath it, is tender remnants of lives lived in tune with. The land and sky, enduring silence, enduring power. Stonehenge speaks no language, yet it is understood. It has no inscriptions, yet it tells a story. A story of wonder, of patience, and of lasting presence, long after the people who built it were gone, long after their tools rusted and their language faded. The stones remained. They watched as empires rose and fell, as beliefs changed, as maps redrew the world. Romans came and left. Saxons passed by. Victorian scholars arrived with notebooks and spades. Today, tourists from across the globe walk the same ground once trodden by ancient priests and builders. The world changes around it, but Stonehenge stays the same, and still we don't fully know why it was made. Perhaps that's the point. Perhaps Stonehenge was never meant to give answers, but to evoke questions, to remind us that mystery has its place, and that not all knowledge must be complete to be meaningful. In its silence, it teaches us patience. In its symmetry, it teaches us harmony. In its endurance, it teaches us humility. As the fog drifts low over Salisbury Plain, the stones appear to float ghost-like, ancient, eternal. They don't need words to speak. Their presence is enough. To lie down near them, to close your eyes, and listen to the wind moving between the stones, is to feel something older than history, something beyond time. Stonehenge endures not just because of its size or strength, but because it holds the space between what we know and what we feel. It is not just an ancient monument. It is a quiet beacon inviting us to look up, to wonder, and to remember. Desert drawings, the hidden messages of the Nazca Lines in the southern stretches of Peru. Beyond the mountains and far from the coasts lies a plateau both barren and profound. Here, under an open sky, the land whispers in lines. Etched into the ground are drawings too large to see up close, figures so vast they can only be fully understood from the air. This is the Nazca Desert, dry, flat, and seemingly featureless at first glance. But beneath its quiet surface lies a mystery that has endured for centuries. Gigantic geoglyphs, over 300 of them, stretch across more than 400 square miles of soil and stone. These shapes were not carved or built. Instead, the Nazca people removed the dark, oxidized top layer of pebbles, exposing the pale earth below. This contrast of colors formed lines, sometimes straight, sometimes curved, that together created images visible only from a great height. The simplicity of the method is as striking as the result. No modern machinery, no heavy equipment. And yet, these images have survived for over 1,500 years, preserved by the desert's dryness and stillness. From the ground, the lines are hard to follow. They might look like shallow paths or narrow trenches. But viewed from above, they become something else entirely: a monkey with a spiraling tail, a bird mid-flight, a spider with outstretched legs. Shapes of creatures that once filled the imaginations of those who walked this land. To see the Nazca Lines is to feel small in the presence of something vast, not just in size, but in intent. These are not random doodles. They are messages carved into the skin of the earth. But who were they written for? Birds, beasts, and beyond. Among the most famous of the Nazca Lines are the animals. Some are massive, stretching hundreds of feet. The hummingbird, with its delicate beak and pointed wings. The spider, with long legs stretched across the plain. The monkey, with its tail spiraling in perfect circles. There's also a whale, a dog, a lizard, and a condor, wings spread wide. These creatures are drawn not with exact realism, but with a kind of sacred symbolism. Their forms are stylized, elegant, abstract, and unmistakable. The animals chosen were not only familiar to the people of Nazca, but held meaning in their spiritual lives. Take the hummingbird, for example. In Andean culture, it is a messenger, a symbol of agility, beauty, and resilience. The monkey may represent the jungle, the lush lands beyond the desert's edge. The spider, with its precision and patience, might symbolize rain or fertility, but the Nazca Lines are not just creatures. There are shapes to trapezoids, spirals, zigzags, and long, straight lines that stretch for miles. Some of these patterns intersect or align with celestial events. Others simply fade into the horizon. What's striking is the precision. Even with no vantage point from the sky, the Nazca artists created forms that maintain their proportions across enormous distances. It suggests not only technical knowledge, but coordination, discipline, and a shared vision. It also suggests purpose. These were not idle decorations. They were messages, perhaps prayers, symbols of hope, guidance, or reverence drawn not for human eyes alone, but for something above, aerial messages or ritual pathways. What were the Nazca Lines truly meant to be? One of the earliest modern discoveries came in the 1920s when commercial flights over the region revealed the full scale of the lines. Since then, scholars have proposed many theories, none proven, but all evocative. Some believe the lines were messages to the gods, especially deities associated with the sky. In a landscape so dry that rainfall was rare and precious, it's possible these designs were offerings to celestial forces. Shapes drawn large enough to be seen from the heavens. Others suggest the lines served as astronomical tools marking solstices, equinoxes, or seasonal changes. The long, straight lines may align with the rising or setting sun on specific days of the year. If true, the desert floor may have been both calendar and compass. Another theory points to ritual. The lines may have been ceremonial pathways, walked in sacred processions. The act of walking the shape, tracing it with footsteps, might have been a form of devotion, a way to pray or to summon rain. In this sense, the lines are not meant to be seen all at once. They are meant to be experienced slowly, on foot, in silence. A form of moving meditation across the sacred earth. Some believe the lines map underground water sources, fitting in a place where life depends on finding what lies beneath the surface. Others say the lines represent constellations or even maps of the stars. Perhaps the truth is not one theory, but all of them. A blend of utility and worship. A merging of earth and sky, science and spirit. The lines remain elegant in form, but elusive in meaning. They invite wonder more than certainty. And perhaps that is their truest purpose, to keep us looking, asking and imagining, creating without breaking. What makes the Nazca Lines even more remarkable is how they were made. With no metal tools, no engines, no heavy equipment, just people. Working together under the open sky, the Nazca people used wooden stakes and ropes to mark out designs. By tracing shapes on a small scale and then expanding them with simple measurements, they created massive images with mathematical precision. Once the outlines were marked, they removed the reddish-brown pebbles covering the desert floor, exposing the lighter clay beneath. The contrast in color made the designs visible, and that was it. No digging deep trenches, no building structures. Just subtraction, removing surface stones to let the earth speak for itself. It's a technique that is as gentle as it is lasting. The desert, with its dry air and almost windless calm, preserved the lines by protecting them from erosion. The land, in return, kept their messages intact. This method of creation, precise, coordinated, and respectful of the environment, reveals something important about the society that made it. The Nazca culture was not one of brute force. It was one of harmony. They understood their landscape. They worked with it, not against it. The lines are not scars, they are soft impressions. Measured, thoughtful, and timeless. To make something so enduring with such humble tools is to reflect a different kind of power, a power of vision, of patience, and of shared belief. Each line was not just drawn. It was dreamed, a canvas of silence for all our maps and measurements. The Nazca Lines remain quiet. They do not declare. They do not explain. They simply exist, etched into the land, shaped by ancient hands, and left for time to carry forward. No texts have been found to explain their meanings. No scrolls, no books, no tablets. Only the lines themselves, and the dry desert air that holds them like a breath not yet exhaled. And yet, their silence speaks. It speaks of a people who saw the earth not just as ground to walk on, but as canvas and altar, who looked to the sky not just for stars, but for answers. A T speaks of continuity, of rituals repeated, of knowledge passed not through writing, but through walking, building, and remembering. The Nazca Lines are not only Peru's wonder, they are humanity's reminder that even without words, meaning can be made, that art can live in the open air, that faith and vision do not always need explanation. At sunrise, the lines catch the soft light and seem to glow. At dusk, their edges blur with the wind. At night, beneath the same stars the Nazca people once watched, they disappear into shadow, still there, still waiting. To look down upon them is to look into history, mystery, and imagination, all at once. They are questions without answers, stories without text. They are the echo of a people who drew their dreams into the ground and trusted the sky to read them. The first temple secrets buried at Gobekli Tepe in the dry hills of southeastern Turkey, where the earth rolls gently beneath a sky brushed with sunlight and shadow. Something ancient stirs beneath the soil. It is not a city, not a tomb, not even a home. It is a circle of stone, carved by hands that had never seen a written word. This is Gobekli Tepe, a name that means potbelly hill. At first glance, it looks like any other rise in the landscape, but buried beneath its crest is a secret older than cities, older than the wheel, the plow, or pottery. For centuries, this hill was just another wrinkle in the land. Shepherds led their flocks across it, unaware of what lay beneath their feet. It wasn't until the 1990s that archaeologists began to understand what had been sleeping there, and what they found changed the story of human history, 12,000 years old. That's what the carbon dating tells us. A time before agriculture had taken root, before humans had settled into villages, before the tools of civilization had even been carved. And yet, here was a temple, a place of gathering and awe, built not from mud or wood, but from massive limestone pillars arranged in perfect circles. Some stood over 6 meters tall, each one shaped by human hands, some weighing up to 10 tons, and on those stones, carvings of animals, foxes, snakes, wild boars, of symbols whose meanings we can only guess. There are no texts, no signs of kings or rulers, just images etched deep into stone, as if to speak to something beyond language. To stand at Gobekli Tepe is to step into a silence older than memory. It is to feel the breath of a world where everything we think we know about progress, about culture, about beginnings must be reconsidered. Stone circles of the hunter-gatherers for many years, archaeologists believed that temples and monuments came only after farming, that humans needed villages, harvests, and surplus food before they could build anything lasting. But Gobekli Tepe changes that story. Its builders were not farmers. They were hunters and gatherers, people who moved with the seasons, following the herds, living from the land as their ancestors had done for thousands of years. And yet they came here, to this hill, and worked together to shape stone into meaning. They had no metal tools, No wheels. No beasts of burden to haul the stones. But still they carved and lifted and arranged. The sheer effort required suggests planning, coordination, and a shared sense of purpose. The stones weren't left plain. They were decorated with care. Animals seemed to crawl across their surfaces, some in shallow relief, others in bold, deep carvings. Snakes slither along the pillars. Lions stare forward. Cranes stand tall. These creatures weren't just chosen at random. They may have held spiritual meaning, guiding myths or rituals. Perhaps they represented clans or gods or fears. The truth remains just out of reach, but the message is clear. This place mattered, and the layout matters too. The circles were not just piles of rock. They were designed two tall central pillars in each circle, surrounded by smaller ones, creating enclosed spaces that suggest a kind of sacred theater. This wasn't a home. It wasn't for sleeping or eating. It was a place for gathering, for ceremony, for something shared beneath the open sky that hunter-gatherers could imagine. And execute such a vision changes how we understand them. They were not simply surviving. They were dreaming, organizing, and expressing a depth of belief that required not shelter but sanctuary, a place of ritual, not residence. Unlike the ruins of later cities or temples, Gobekli Tepe offers no sign of daily life. There are no hearths, no storage pits, no remains of homes or workshops, no graves, no signs of the living staying here for long. Instead, what we find is the stillness of ceremony, the open space of gathering, the sense that people came here not to live, but to mark something sacred together. Bones found nearby, those of gazelles, aurochs, and other wild animals, suggest feasting took place here. But not regular meals. These were large-scale events, likely tied to ritual. Perhaps people traveled great distances to attend, arriving with offerings, stories, and songs, and then they left, returned to their hunting grounds, to the rhythms of migration. Gobekli Tepe remained, quiet again until the next gathering. In this way, the site seems to belong not to the everyday, but to the extraordinary. It was not a place to survive, it was a place to transcend. What did they believe? What did they feel standing in those circles of stone, beneath stars that still shine over the same hills today? Some believe it was a temple to the dead, a place where spirits were honored or summoned. Others think it was a center of myth, a place where stories were performed or recited. Some see it as a kind of cosmic calendar, tied to the cycles of the sky. Whatever the answer, one truth remains. The people who came here felt something worth building for, something worth remembering. In a world before writing, before cities, before kings and kingdoms, Gobekli Tepe was already a monument to meaning, the turning point of civilization. What came first, farming or faith? For a long time, scholars believed it was farming. That when humans began to plant crops and stay in one place, religion and ritual followed. But Gobekli Tepe offers a different possibility. What if it was the other way around? What if it was the need to gather, to worship, to share in something greater that led people to settle down? To build Gobekli Tepe, people had to stay in one place for long periods. They had to plan, gather resources, and cooperate. That may have created the first steps toward community, and with it, the need to grow food nearby. Some archaeologists now suggest that the desire to build this temple may have pushed the people of the region to experiment with farming, to plant grains, to domesticate animals not just for survival, but to support the rituals they valued. In this way, Gobekli Tepe may mark a turning point, not just in architecture, but in the very shape of human life. It suggests that belief, not necessity, may have been the true mother of invention. That spiritual longing, not hunger, sparked the first great changes in how humans lived. if this is true, it changes everything we know about history's great pivot. It means that civilization may have started not with tools, but with wonder. Not with need, but with Adad in the shadows of these stones. The seeds of society may have first been sown, covered by its creators. Perhaps the greatest mystery of Gobekli Tepe is how it disappeared. Not to time, not to erosion or conquest, but to its own makers. At some point, thousands of years after it was first built, the people who used Gobekli Tepe buried it. Carefully, deliberately, they filled the circles with dirt, sealing the stones beneath layers of earth. Why? We don't know. Some believe it was an act of reverence, as if closing the site was itself a sacred gesture. Others think it marked the end of an era, the passing of a tradition no longer understood, but the effect was remarkable. The burial preserved the site, protecting its carvings from wind and rain, from the long touch of time. It wasn't until the 20th century that the temple was uncovered again. Slowly, layer by layer, archaeologists revealed what had been hidden for millennia. What they found forced the world to rewrite the early chapters of human history. Before writing, before agriculture, before civilization, there was Gobekli Tepe, a place of vision and gathering, a place of stone and silence. Its rediscovery reminds us that history is not a straight line, that beneath our feet may lie stories we have not yet imagined, and it reminds us of something even more enduring, that in every age, people have looked to the stars, to each other, to something greater. And they have carved their hopes into stone. As night falls over the Anatolian hills, and the shadows stretch across the exposed circles, Gobekli Tepe speaks once more. Not in words, but in presence, in shape, in stillness, a temple not of answers, but of questions, buried and now unearthed, and still reaching across time. Atlantis, the city that sank into legend, the story begins not with a shipwreck or a sunken ruin, but with a conversation, two voices echoing across time from the mind of one man, Plato. Around 360 BCE, the Greek philosopher wrote of a mighty island empire, rich in wisdom, beauty, and order. Atlantis was a vision of harmony, but it was also a warning. In Plato's Timaeus and Critias, Atlantis is described as a great power beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. It was said to be larger than Libya and Asia combined. The people of Atlantis were gifted, noble, and technologically advanced. They built vast palaces, temples lined with gold, and canals carved with mathematical precision. At first, they lived in accordance with the divine. They upheld justice, honored the gods, and lived in peace. But as the tale unfolds, something changed. Pride crept in. Greed grew. The Atlanteans began to crave more land, more power, more glory. The gods watched. And according to Plato, they did not stay silent. In a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis was swallowed by the sea, vanished without a trace. It was meant, perhaps, as allegory, a metaphor for the rise and fall of civilizations, of how even the greatest societies can crumble from within. Yet from the moment these dialogues were shared, readers asked a question that still echoes. What if it was real? Plato claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, passed through Solon, a revered Athenian statesman. Could it be a distorted memory of an actual place, long lost to history and water? For more than 2,000 years, that question has remained unanswered. But the search has never truly stopped. Echoes across time and seas. The myth of Atlantis has taken root not only in literature, but in oceans and ruins across the world. Over the centuries, explorers, historians, and dreamers have traced its outline across maps and seafloors, hoping to find where legend meets the real, one of the most compelling clues lies not far from Greece itself. On the island of Santorini once, called Thera, an ancient civilization flourished more than 3,500 years ago. The Minoans, known for their art, trade, and intricate cities, lived in harmony with the sea. But one day, the sea turned violent. A volcanic eruption, one of the largest in recorded history, tore the island apart. It sent waves crashing into the coasts of nearby lands and likely brought chaos to the surrounding region. Could this sudden disaster be the seed of the Atlantis myth? Thera's collapse is not the only echo. In northern Europe, the sunken land of Doggerland once connected Britain to the continent. Thousands of years ago, rising seas flooded this stretch of fertile land, swallowing villages and forests alike. Further west, submerged structures near the Bahamas, off the coast of Cuba, and in the Mediterranean have all sparked curiosity. Each time a mysterious shape is spotted beneath the waves, Atlantis returns to the headlines, but it is not only the ocean that holds hints. Some believe Atlantis was not a single place, but a memory, a blend of many ancient cultures lost to floods, quakes, or time itself. In this sense, Atlantis is less a city and more a reflection appearing wherever we look deeply into the past and wonder what has been lost. An empire of symmetry. If Atlantis did exist, its design was unlike any other. Plato described a city of perfect form, concentric rings of land and water, expanding outward from a central island where a magnificent temple to Poseidon stood. Bridges connected each ring, allowing chariots to move freely across the circular zones. A great canal led from the sea straight to the city's heart. The walls were plated with bronze and tin, and within the temple, golden statues glowed in the torchlight. It was more than luxury. It was symbolism. Circles have long represented balance, eternity, and unity. That the Atlanteans chose this shape for their capital suggests a culture obsessed with order at least. At first, the symmetry also hints at advanced knowledge, geometry, urban planning, hydraulic engineering. To imagine such a city in the ancient world is to imagine a society far ahead of its time, but perfect shapes do not protect against imperfection. The very grandeur of Atlantis, the wealth, the symmetry, the technological prowess became its burden. According to Plato, the Atlanteans fell into arrogance. Their desire to conquer and dominate spread beyond their shores. The gods, once pleased by their balance, turned away. The image of Atlantis remains vivid, an empire not built in chaos, but in control. A circle disrupted not from without, but from within, a story that reflects us. Atlantis endures not because we know it was real, but because it feels familiar. It tells the story of brilliance undone by excess, of wisdom clouded by pride, of a rise so glorious that the fall had to be just as grand. Every generation sees something different in the myth. For some, it's a lost paradise, a dream of a better world. For others, it's a cautionary tale reminding us that even the most advanced societies are not immune to collapse. In the mirror of Atlantis, we see our own ambition, our own cities with their towers and lights, our own thirst for more knowledge, more wealth, more reach. And we wonder what happens when we go too far. The idea of a sunken city also stirs something deeper, an emotional yearning, a longing for what's been lost, not just physically, but culturally, spiritually. Atlantis is a symbol of what we fear might vanish. Our stories, our truths, our connections. It suggests that civilizations, like people, are fragile, that greatness is not permanent, and that sometimes what's buried beneath the surface holds more power than what we build on top. Perhaps that's why the story is still told. It's not just about an island in the sea. It's about us, about What we build, what we forget, and what we still hope to find, the power of myth, Atlantis remains a mystery. No definitive ruins have been found. No tablets unearthed with its name. Yet it continues to live in books, in films, in the hearts of those who search. The strength of the myth lies not in its proof, but in its pull. Atlantis calls to the explorer, the philosopher, the storyteller. It lives in the tension between what we know and what we dream. Some myths fade with time, but Atlantis grows stronger. It adapts, reshaped by each new age. Some see it as a literal place, others as a metaphor, still others as a spiritual guide pointing not to geography, but to inner truths. In a world of answers, Atlantis remains a question, one that refuses to be silenced. We search not because we must find, but because the search itself matters. Because the act of wondering keeps the story alive, and so the city that sank still rises in thought, in imagination, in quiet moments of reflection. It reminds us that beneath every myth is a longing for wisdom, for beauty, for balance, and perhaps one day, if not in ruins, then in understanding, we'll uncover what Atlantis truly meant. Until then, we let it rest beneath the waves of history. A soft place in the ocean of time, where dreams still drift in circles. The fall of the Maya in the dense green heart of Central America, where vines drape ancient stones and the air hangs thick with heat and history. The jungle grows over silence. Trees rise from earth once paved. Roots curl through temples once sacred. And above it all, the canopy sways gently, hiding a world that once echoed with the voices of a great civilization. This is the land of the Maya. Their cities were carved not into cliffs, but grown from the earth pyramids that rose like mountains, aligned with stars, adorned with glyphs that told the stories of kings and gods. Places like Tikal, Palenque, and Kop En were not just settlements. They were sacred landscapes. Stone steps climbed toward the heavens, where priests read the skies and offered smoke to the divine. Today, these cities slumber beneath moss and leaves. But in their shadows, questions remain. Why did this extraordinary civilization, one that crafted its own calendar, developed an intricate system of writing, and studied the stars with mathematical precision, vanish into the trees? The fall of the Maya was not a sudden collapse. It was a slow fading, a dimming of lights across a great network of city-states. There were no conquerors at the gate, no singular moment of ruin. Instead, the temples were left quiet, the plazas grew empty, and the jungle began to take them back. The Maya built for eternity, but time moved differently than they expected. A civilization of astronomers and engineers, the Maya were not one people, but many linked by language, belief, and a shared view of the cosmos. Their world stretched across what is now Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. In rainforests and highlands, they built cities that spoke to both the earth and the stars. Their pyramids were aligned to solstices. Their temples opened toward rising constellations. Their calendars tracked not only days and months, but cycles of planets and eclipses. One of their greatest achievements, the long count calendar, spanned thousands of years and reflected a vision of time that spiraled and renewed itself. Rather than simply marching forward, the Maya knew the phases of Venus. They charted lunar cycles. They could predict solar eclipses centuries in advance. And they did all of this without metal tools, wheels, or beasts of burden. They carved their histories into stone glyphs that captured not just names and dates, but ideas, emotions, even poetry. Their writing system, among the most advanced of the ancient world, blended pictures and sounds. It turned stone into memory. In agriculture, too, the Maya adapted brilliantly. They terraced hillsides, dug canals, and managed water through intricate systems of reservoirs and dams. In the rainforest, where soil could be shallow and rainfall unpredictable, they found ways to sustain cities of tens of thousands. Art flourished. So did music, sculpture, and ceremony. Every city-state had its own ruler, its own traditions, but they shared a cosmology that saw the world as layered and sacred. Above the earth, the heavens. Below, the underworld. And in between, the world. Of the living held together by ritual and blood, the Maya were not passive observers of nature. They were its interpreters, its partners. And sometimes its challengers collapse from within. When we think of collapse, we often imagine war or conquest. But the end of the classic Maya civilization was quieter and unraveling that came from. Many threads pulled loose over time. Between the 8th and 10th centuries CE, cities that had once thrived began to falter. Monument building slowed. Trade declined. Dynasties that had ruled for centuries disappeared from the stone record. Slowly, the jungle returned. What happened? The answer, scholars believe, lies in complexity. The Maya world was a tapestry of interwoven systems: political, agricultural, religious, and ecological. When too many threads strained at once, the fabric began to tear. One major pressure was environmental. Deforestation around major cities likely led to soil exhaustion and erosion. As populations grew, the demand for farmland and firewood increased, putting pressure on the land. The climate, too, turned against them. Studies of lake sediments show long periods of drought, dry years stacking upon one another, weakening the food supply, fueling unrest. Political rivalries also played a role. City-states often fought not just for territory, but for prestige. Wars between rulers drained resources. Power shifted, allegiances broke, and stability faltered. In a system that relied heavily on elite control and ritual leadership, the loss of faith in rulers could ripple through a population. Overpopulation in some areas made matters worse. Cities built to hold thousands swelled with tens of thousands. As water and food became scarce, people may have simply walked away seeking safer ground, following rivers, or returning to smaller, more sustainable ways of living. There was no single fall. Instead, the collapse moved like mist touching. One city, then another. Some sites fell into ruin, while others held on. In the north, cities like Chich and its rose even as the south declined. But eventually, even those lights began to dim. The jungle covered what remained. And the Maya world, once so vast and bright, disappeared into green. Lessons from the past for years. The story of the Maya was told as one of mystery. He vanished. People lost to time. But the Maya never truly disappeared. Their descendants still live across Central America, speaking Maya languages, keeping traditions, telling stories, and as modern science peels back the vines, what emerges is not a mystery, but a mirror. The Maya story is not just about collapse, it's about complexity, about choices, about resilience. It shows how even the most advanced societies are vulnerable to the delicate balance between environment and ambition. Today, researchers study ancient pollen, lake cores, and stone inscriptions to understand what happened. Their work not only reconstructs the past, but offers insight into the present. The patterns are familiar: population growth, resource strain, changing climate, political division. But there is also hope in this story. The Maya adapted again and again. They endured droughts, rebuilt cities, reimagined systems. After the classic collapse, the Maya of the highlands and northern Yucatan continued to build, write, and trade. Their cultural legacy survived Spanish conquest, colonial rule, and modern borders. From them, we learn that endings are not always final. that knowledge can be buried and found again, that the land holds memory, waiting for those who listen.as. We face our own environmental challenges and global uncertainties. The Maya remind us that greatness is not in how long a civilization stands, but in how deeply it understands the world it lives in. Their story is not just about what was lost. It's about what remains. Cahokia, America's forgotten city in the soft light of morning, when the mist still lingers low over the earth, and the Mississippi River moves quietly in the distance, a great mound rises from the plain. It doesn't gleam like marble or echo like stone. Instead, it hums with age covered in grass, shaped by hands long gone. This is Monk's Mound, the heart of Cahokia, standing near modern-day St. Louis. Cahokia was once the largest city in what is now the United States. 1,000 years ago, before steel bridges crossed rivers and skyscrapers touched the clouds, this city thrived. Tens of thousands lived here, worked here, worshipped here. But today, it is nearly forgotten. The mounds that remain are quiet. They don't speak with inscriptions. They don't tower like pyramids. But beneath the stillness is a deep story, a story of vision, community, and a rhythm that pulls through the heart of a continent. Cahokia challenges our sense of time. It existed before Columbus set sail, before Jamestown was built, before the founding of modern America. In the 11th and 12th centuries, it may have been larger than London, and yet its name barely whispers through textbooks. The earth remembers more than we do. Beneath our roads and farms lie stories we have not yet heard, and Cahokia is one of them, a city built in earth and spirit, shaped by dreams and ceremony, and slowly reclaimed by wind and silence. A planned urban landscape. Cahokia was no scattered collection of huts. It was a city with order, with scale, with purpose. Its layout reflected planning not just for survival, but for meaning. At the center stood Monk's Mound, the largest earthen structure in the Americas. It rose nearly 100 feet high and stretched longer than a football field. Layer upon layer of earth was carried by hand, basket by basket, to create its shape. It was not just a monument, it was a platform. At its summit stood a massive wooden structure, likely the home of a ruler or a temple to the divine. Around it, the city sprawled. Broad plazas opened like lungs, offering space for markets, games, and gatherings. More than 100 mounds dotted the landscape, each one different in size and shape, each one with its own role. Some were platforms. Others were burial sites. A few stood alone, marking the passage of the sun. The city was surrounded by wooden palisades walls, made of sharpened logs that stood tall and strong, enclosing ceremonial spaces and protecting its people. Beyond them stretched neighborhoods, gardens, and farmlands. What sets Cahokia apart is not just its size, but its intention. The alignment of its structures suggests astronomical understanding. A circle of wooden posts called Woodhenge by archaeologists marked solstices and equinoxes, like a calendar made from trees. This wasn't chaos. It was coordination. The city was designed to move with the seasons, to mirror the sky, and to bind its people together in cycles of celebration, planting, and renewal. Cahokia was a city of vision, not carved in stone, but shaped in earth, pointing upward toward the stars, a center of trade and ceremony. At its height, Cahokia pulls with life. Estimates suggest that between 15,000 and 40,000 people lived there, more than most European cities of the time. And they didn't live in isolation. They were connected across rivers, forests, and plains to cultures far and wide. Goods flowed into Cahokia from across North America. From the north came copper and mica. From the Gulf Coast, shells and marine goods. From the west, obsidian and fine stone. These weren't just materials, they were pieces of story, evidence of exchange, alliance, and movement. Trade brought more than objects. It brought ideas. Pottery styles changed. Symbolic art shifted. The beliefs of distant peoples left their mark on Cahokia, even as Cahokia shaped the beliefs of others, but trade was only one part of its power. The city was also a center of ceremony. Archaeologists have uncovered clues of vast public gatherings rituals. Performed at mounds, feasts shared in open plazas. Some ceremonies likely honored the sun and the seasons. Others may have marked transitions, birth, death, leadership. The burials found here speak to a complex society. Some graves hold precious goods, crafted with care. One, known as Mound 72, revealed a man buried atop a bed of shell beads arranged in the shape of a bird. Nearby were sacrificial burials, men and women laid to rest with reverence or violence, perhaps in ritual offering. These discoveries point to social layers too. Leaders, priests, artisans, farmers. But Cahokia's heart was communal. Its ceremonies were shared. Its fields were worked by many. Its plazas held footsteps from across the land. Here, life and belief were inseparable. The spiritual and the political walked the same paths, and, together, they built a city meant to endure. The silent dispersal by the 14th century, the voices of Cahokia had grown quiet. The plazas were still. The great mound stood alone beneath the sky. Slowly, the people left. The city emptied. The world moved on. And fire consumed it. No enemy army brought it down. Its decline was not a crash, but a hush. Why did they leave? The reasons remain layered, like the soil that covers the mounds. Some point to climate. A shift in weather patterns may have led to floods, droughts, or shortened growing seasons. Crops may have failed. Food may have become scarce. Others see signs of conflict. Mass graves and palisades suggest tension, perhaps between rival factions or between the powerful and the people. Social unrest may have fractured the bonds that held the city together. Disease could have played a role, moving silently through dense neighborhoods, weakening a once strong population. Or perhaps the land itself could no longer sustain so many. Overuse of wood, soil erosion, and pollution of nearby waterways may have made life harder with each passing year. There is no single answer. And maybe that is the lesson. Civilizations do not always fall in flames. Sometimes they fade in footsteps, in choices, in turning away from cities once filled with meaning. Cahokia's people did not vanish. They dispersed. They became part of other communities, other cultures, carrying with them memories of mounds and plazas, of gatherings beneath the stars. But the city they left behind grew quiet. The grass grew taller. The stories were folded into silence. Today, if you stand atop Monk's Mound and look out over the plain, you see highways, neighborhoods, and the curve of the Mississippi beyond. But in the shape of the land, the city still breathes. The mounds remain. They rise not in defiance, but in memory of a time when people gathered here, not just to survive, but to belong. Not just to trade, but to celebrate. Not just to build, but to believe. Cahokia reminds us that greatness can be made of earth and effort. That cities can rise without steel or stone. That civilizations can shape the land without leaving behind written words. Its silence is not empty. It is full of echoes of chants and drums, of footsteps and laughter, of dreams shaped in clay and bone. Though forgotten by many, Cahokia remains a part of the story. A chapter written in soil and stars, and as the sun rises over Monk's Mound, casting long shadows on grass once walked by thousands, we remember there was a city here, a people, a purpose, and it mattered. The lost city of Z in the early decades of the 20th century, A British explorer named Percy Fawcett stepped into the dense emerald veil of the Amazon rainforest and was never seen again. He wasn't chasing gold or fame. He was chasing a vision, a city he believed had once stood in the heart of the jungle, lost to time and swallowed by green. He called it simply Z.to many of his peers. Fawcett's obsession with a hidden civilization sounded like fantasy. The prevailing belief was that the Amazon was too wild, too hostile, too poor in nutrients to sustain anything more than scattered tribal life. It was seen as a place untouched by large-scale human influence and untouched wilderness. But Fawcett didn't agree. He studied old maps, heard indigenous legends, and found whispers of stone structures hidden beneath vines and trees. He believed that deep within the jungle, evidence of a forgotten civilization still waited, patient beneath the canopy. In 1925, Fawcett ventured into the jungle with his son and a small team. He was prepared for hardship, but he underestimated the forest's vastness and silence. Weeks passed, then months. No word came. Rescue missions failed to locate any trace of him. The jungle had taken him. What remained was a legend. Fawcett's story would ripple through decades, inspiring novels, documentaries, and adventurers. But for years, scientists dismissed Z as a dream. The Amazon, they insisted, could never have hosted cities, and yet the forest was holding a secret. A quiet one, woven into the soil, terra preta, and human ingenuity beneath the thick blanket of forest. A different story had been resting waiting for someone to listen. In patches across the Amazon, archaeologists began noticing something strange. Soil that was rich, black, and unusually fertile. It stood in stark contrast to the region's normal red, nutrient-poor earth. Locals called it terra preta black earth. And its origins puzzled scientists. Closer study revealed something extraordinary. Terra preta wasn't natural. It was made. This soil had been engineered, perhaps over centuries, using a combination of charcoal, organic waste, pottery shards, and human ingenuity. Unlike the regular soil, which quickly lost nutrients, terra preta grew richer over time. It could support crops year after year. In other words, it allowed farming in a land once believed to resist it, but the soil was just the beginning. Researchers began finding other clues, geoglyphs etched into the earth large, geometric shapes only visible from the air, causeways and raised fields, ditches and canals, even ancient roads connecting distant points through jungle terrain. These were not random features. They were signs of planning, of structure, order, and scale the myth of Z once considered. Fiction began to feel more like a memory faded but not gone. Fawcett may have been wrong about its exact form, but he was right about its existence. There had been something here. Something big. These engineered landscapes suggest a sophisticated understanding of the environment. Instead of bending the forest to their will, these ancient people worked with it, enriching the soil, diverting water, creating homes that breathed with the land. Their knowledge allowed them not just to survive, but to thrive. A network, not a metropolis. What researchers eventually found was not a towering stone city like those of Europe or the deserts of Egypt. There were no pyramids rising above the trees, no marble columns or grand avenues. What they found instead was something more subtle and perhaps even more impressive. The Amazon had once been home to a sprawling network of human settlements. These were not isolated villages, but a web of interconnected communities linked by rivers, trails, and trade. Some were ceremonial centers. Others were agricultural hubs. Some may have been places of governance or education. Together, they formed a civilization complex organized and adapted to its surroundings. Unlike the centralized cities of classical empires, these Amazonian settlements respected the rhythm of the forest. They were spread out, built in clusters, and designed to work with the land, not against it. The rivers served as roads. The trees became shelter and shade. The soil, enhanced by terra preta, became a lifeline. This model of civilization didn't leave behind grand ruins, but it did leave a footprint hidden until now beneath centuries of green. This new understanding is reshaping how we view ancient societies. For a long time, greatness was measured by stone and steel. But here, in the lungs of the earth, a different kind of greatness flourished, one that lived in balance with nature and left behind a legacy not of monuments, but of harmony. Z was never just a city. It was an idea, a possibility, a mosaic of culture and innovation spread across one of the planet's most challenging environments. The jungle speaks today. The jungle is still revealing its secrets, but not through machetes or maps. Now, researchers are listening with satellites, drones, and stories passed down through generations. LiDAR technology, light detection, and ranging has allowed scientists to peer through the forest canopy and see what the eye cannot. In places once thought untouched, networks of geometric patterns have emerged, circles, squares, and lines, all hinting at structures below. Ancient mounds, fields, and roads appear like ghostly blueprints beneath the trees. Meanwhile, indigenous knowledge is playing a vital role. Communities who have lived in these forests for centuries carry oral histories, memories of ancestors who built, traded, farmed, and celebrated life in ways science is only beginning to understand. These stories, once dismissed as legend, are now seen as essential pieces of the puzzle. Together, technology and tradition are painting a richer picture of the Amazon, not as a wilderness void of civilization, but as a cradle of human adaptation. And in this picture, the legacy of Z is clear. Not a myth, not a mirage, but a reminder. That intelligence takes many forms. That human greatness can look like harmony, not conquest. That deep in the forest, something profound once stirred, and still does. As we drift away from this chapter, we leave behind the tangled vines and whispered names of the jungle. But the story of the lost city of Z lingers like mist above the canopy. A story not of what was lost, but of what was hidden in plain sight, waiting to be found. Roanoke, the vanished colony. In the summer of 1590, English ships once again reached the shores of Roanoke Island. The men aboard had come seeking a colony, a small community of settlers who had crossed the vast Atlantic 3 years earlier, to begin a new life in the New World. What they found, however, was not life, but silence. The colony was gone. The fort stood empty, quiet beneath the Carolina sun. Homes had vanished, disassembled or reclaimed by nature. There were no signs of struggle, no signs of fire or bloodshed, no graves freshly dug, no bodies left behind. All that remained was a single word carved into the bark of a tree, Croatan, the. Letters were clear, carefully etched, neither rushed nor hidden. Nearby, another carving simply read, Crow, unfinished or interrupted. It was not a message of panic, but perhaps of direction. Still, the meaning of that single word would ripple through the centuries, leaving behind one of the most enduring mysteries in American history. Roanoke became more than just a failed colony. It became a symbol of something lost and unknowable. A story interrupted. A page torn from the journal of early exploration, leaving behind only the title. The disappearance left many questions, but few answers. And as the decades passed, the word on the tree remained a silent echo, waiting for its story to be told. Seeds of a settlement. The story of Roanoke begins years earlier, in an age of ambition and uncertainty. England, eager to expand its influence. and compete with Spain, turned its eyes westward to the so-called New World. In 1587, a group of about 115 settlers set sail across the Atlantic, led by artist and Governor John White. This group was different from earlier exploratory missions. It was not made up only of soldiers and scouts, but of families, men, women, and children. Their goal was not to pass through, but to stay, to build homes, to plant crops. To begin life anew, they arrived on Roanoke Island off the coast of what is now North Carolina. There they found traces of earlier English expeditions, but also uncertainty. Relations with local indigenous tribes were tense, and the settlers soon found themselves isolated, caught between an unfamiliar land and the distant hope of supplies from across the sea. Within weeks, Governor White made a decision. He would return to England to gather reinforcements and resources. He left behind his daughter, his infant granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born on American soil, and a community relying on his swift return. But the world had other plans. England soon found itself at war with Spain. Ships were seized for defense, and White's journey back to Roanoke was delayed again and again. By the time he finally returned, 3 years had passed, and the colony was gone. And no signs of Virginia. No signs of his daughter. Only that word, Croatan. Theories and traces what happened to the settlers of Roanoke. This question has haunted historians, archaeologists, and storytellers for more than 4 centuries. One theory suggests they perished struck down by famine, disease, or conflict. The Atlantic crossing had been hard. The land was unfamiliar. Supplies were limited. Isolation can break the strongest of communities. In this view, the colony simply failed, lost to the quiet cruelty of time and nature. But there are other clues, fragments, that hint at a different fate. Some believe the colonists may have moved south to Croatan Island, known today as Hatteras Island, where a friendly indigenous tribe, the Croatan, lived. They may have sought shelter, partnership, or survival through alliance. The carving on the tree may not have been a mystery at all, but a sign, a message of where they had gone. Archaeological digs have uncovered European-style tools, pottery, and ornaments in areas far from their original settlement site. These objects suggest a blending of cultures perhaps the settlers lived on, not as a separate colony, but as part of native communities. Oral histories passed down through indigenous families speak of pale-skinned ancestors, of people who arrived from the sea and stayed. They are not stories of conquest or invasion, but of coexistence. In these accounts, the lost colony may not have been lost at all, only transformed. Even today, evidence continues to surface. Shards of blue and white pottery, copper rings, iron tools, each piece a whisper, a suggestion that Roanoke's people did not vanish, but changed shape, leaving behind the label of colony to become something less visible, but no less real. The echoes of Roanoke remains a puzzle, but its story is more than its ending. It is a window into the early days of contact between worlds, a glimpse at the fragility of plans made from across the sea, a reminder that human ambition often collides with reality in quiet, humbling ways. The settlers of Roanoke were not adventurers in the usual sense. They were families. They brought with them not only tools and dreams, but hope. Hope that they could plant something lasting on a new shore. But the land was not empty. It was ancient, alive with cultures, languages, and ways of living. The settlers entered a world already full of stories, and perhaps, in time, they became part of them. The word carved into the tree, Croatan, still lingers in the imagination. Was it a destination? A message of safety? A farewell? We may never know, but perhaps that is part of Roanoke's legacy. It invites us to wonder, to listen. more closely to the voices not recorded in official documents. To remember that history is not only what survives in books, but what lingers in land, language, and lineage. In the stillness of the island, beneath the sway of tall trees and the whisper of coastal winds, the story of Roanoke continues to echo not as a tragedy, but as a quiet chapter in the vast, unfolding story of human resilience. The tree may no longer stand, but the word remains, and with it, the dream of a colony that was never truly lost, just hidden, softly, within time. Ancestral pueblones and the echoes in stone high in the cliffs of the American Southwest, where red rock meets the vast open sky, dwellings cling to canyon walls like ancient whispers. At first glance, they seem impossible homes tucked into overhangs, woven into stone ledges hundreds of feet above the ground. In places like Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, these cliffside villages still rest beneath the shelter of time, quiet and still beneath the twilight sun. Here, stone walls rise from the earth in orderly rows. Square towers, round kivas, and winding passageways tell of a people who not only survived the harsh landscape, but made it their own. They built with precision, shaping sandstone bricks and stacking them without mortar, crafting dwellings that have lasted for centuries. These were not temporary shelters, they were homes, planned and shared across generations. In the silence of the desert evening, shadows stretch across these ruins. The breeze rustles the sagebrush, and the dry air carries the scent of juniper. Yet even now, when all is still, the dwellings seem to breathe, as if the memory of life still lingers in the air. Laughter in the courtyards, voices in the stairways, fires glowing behind walls long cooled. The people who lived here are gone, but they did not vanish. What they left behind is not only stone, it is story. Set in canyons and painted in earth, their story is one of presence, of harmony, and of time itself, a culture of builders and believers. The ancestral pueblones, known once by the term Anasazi, lived in this region for more than 1,000 years. Their lives were tied deeply to the land, and their identity formed not through conquest or monuments, but through connection between people, place, and the cosmos above. They were builders, masters of stone. With simple tools and deep knowledge, they crafted homes that nestled into canyon walls and spread across mesas. Their great houses, such as Pueblo Bonito in Chaco Canyon, rose 4 stories high, with hundreds of rooms arranged around central plazas. Some buildings aligned with celestial events. Light would shine through specific doorways only during solstices or equinoxes, marking time with precision and reverence. They were also farmers. In a dry and often unforgiving climate, they grew corn, beans, and squash, collecting water through carefully dug channels and reservoirs. Their survival depended on working with the land, listening to its patterns, and adapting to its shifts, and they were believers. Beneath the open sky, the ancestral pueblones built kivas, circular ceremonial rooms, often underground. Entered by ladder, these spaces were sacred. Fires burned at the center. Rituals were held in rhythm with the stars. Each kiva had a small hole in the floor, symbolizing the place of emergence, the passage from the underworld into this world. There, spirituality was woven into daily life, guided by the movement of the sun, the return of the seasons, and the deep connection between people and the world they inhabited. Through art, architecture, and ritual, they created a culture that thrived not through domination, but through relationship, migration, not disappearance. By the late 1200s, something began to change. One by one, the great dwellings were left behind. Mesa Verde, once home to hundreds, grew quiet. The Chaco Canyon network, once vibrant with trade and ceremony, fell still. By 1300 CE, the stone cities stood empty, but the story did not end there. The ancestral pueblones did not disappear. They moved. And they moved with intention long before European contact. Migration was a part of indigenous life. It was a way of responding to the world of shifting in rhythm with changes in water, soil, or social balance. Drought may have played a part. So too may have conflict or the desire to seek new beginnings. But it was not collapse. It was choice. The people journeyed eastward and southward. They followed rivers. They sought land where crops would grow. They found community in new places. And they carried with them their stories, their ceremonies, and their understanding of the land. Today, the Hopi, Zuni, and many Pueblo communities of the Rio Grande are the living descendants of those who once called the cliffs and canyons home. Their languages echo with the same rhythms. Their dances mark the same seasons. Their traditions remember the homes that once stood under stone. They speak not of disappearance, but of endurance, lessons in continuity. There is something deeply human in the story of the ancestral Puebloans, not in the mystery of their migration, but in the quiet resilience that guided them forward. They did not vanish. They transformed. From one landscape to another, from stone walls to adobe pueblos, from canyon silence to riverside life. There, footsteps once pressed into the dust of Mesa Verde now echo in the hills of northern New Mexico and the mesas of Arizona. The stone dwellings remain as memory, not as graves, but as markers. They remind us that history is not always written in collapse or ruin, but often in the flow of adaptation. A culture's strength lies not in staying still, but in its ability to move with wisdom and grace. In today's world, shaped by change and uncertainty, the story of the ancestral Puebloans offers something rare, a lesson in continuity, a lesson that survival is not only about holding on, but about letting go of land, of structure, of certainty when the moment calls for it. A lesson that even in silence, even in the empty corridors of stone villages, life can go on elsewhere, and so the dwellings remain, nestled into cliffs, brushed by sunset, watched over by the moon. They do not mourn what was left behind. They stand in quiet testimony to the people who built them, not for glory, but for life, and in the slow, steady rhythm of the canyon winds, the echoes of those lives still hum through stone. Shadows in the valley, the enigma of the Indus civilization in the soft folds of what is now Pakistan and northwest India, where rivers change their course like memories fading over centuries. A great civilization once moved with silent rhythm. Along the floodplains of the Indus River and its tributaries, a people rose not with kings or empires, but with order, balance, and quiet brilliance. For thousands of years, the remains of this world slept beneath the soil, undisturbed, uncelebrated, nearly forgotten. Then, in the early 20th century, archaeologists digging near a dusty railway stop uncovered something unexpected. Beneath layers of earth lay the ruins of an ancient city, brick streets, drained courtyards, and precision in every line. They called it Harappa. Soon after, another city was found, Mohenjo-Daro, Mound of the Dead. And with it, a lost civilization began to speak not in words, but in patterns. In bricks laid evenly, in streets that flowed like water, in spaces that revealed logic, care, and quiet sophistication, and like the temples of Egypt or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the Indus cities held no grand monuments, no soaring statues of rulers or gods. There were no inscriptions declaring conquests, no palaces perched above the people. What emerged instead was something subtler, a society that prioritized function over flair, equality over dominance, and peace over war. Each city was a mirror of thoughtful design, wide roads intersecting at right angles, residential blocks with shared wells, granaries built with ventilation, and public baths large enough for entire communities. It wasn't just advanced, it was balanced. This was not a civilization of spectacle. It was one of grace and quiet. Strength, bricks, drains, and stillness. What makes the Indus civilization so distinct is not what towers above the earth, but what lies beneath it. In Mohenjo-Daro, for example, the city's most famous structure is not a temple, but a bath. The Great Bath, as it's known, was a rectangular pool set in a courtyard, surrounded by small rooms and walkways. It was engineered with skill sealed. Bricks, proper drainage, and careful water control. This theme repeats across cities in the region. Water mattered. Cleanliness mattered. Every house, it seems, had access to a bathing area and often its own drainage system. Clay pipes carried wastewater away from homes into covered drains along the streets, some of the oldest sanitation systems ever found. And then there are the bricks, baked uniformly. Each brick in the Indus world followed standard proportions. This wasn't random. It was methodical. The ratios of length, width, and height were consistent, suggesting that the builders followed a code, a rule that spanned cities across hundreds of miles. There were no grand kings carved into rock, no sweeping murals of battle. Instead, the civilization left behind order rows of homes with courtyards, workspaces filled with tools, silos for grain, and workshops for beads and metals. Even the silence is telling. Few weapons have been found. No evidence of large-scale warfare. And while defenses existed, there's little to suggest violent conquest. Instead, the Indus world seemed to thrive on coordination, on mutual care, and on harmony with its natural environment. Its legacy lies in its stillness, in the quiet of the courtyards, the evenness of the streets, and the steady rhythm of life that once moved through them, the script that refuses to speak. And yet, for all their clarity and structure, the Harappans remain silent. In language, their script etched into seals, pressed into clay, carved onto pottery, has never been deciphered. It's small, compact, often just a few symbols at a time. Tiny animals, geometric forms, shapes with sharp edges and flowing lines. The symbols appear alongside images unicorn-like creatures, bulls, tigers, elephants. But what they mean, no one truly knows, and like the scripts of Mesopotamia or Egypt, which evolved into long texts and grand inscriptions, the Indus script remains elusive. It seems not to have expanded into lengthy narratives. There are no stone tablets of law, no royal declarations. This may be due to the medium. Most of the inscriptions are found on small seals used for trade or marking goods. Or perhaps the longer texts existed on perishable materials like palm leaves or textiles, long since lost to time. Attempts to decode the symbols continue. Scholars have looked for links to Dravidian languages, to early Sanskrit, even to entirely lost tongues. Computers have analyzed the frequency and sequence of characters, searching for patterns. But the mystery endures. What we're left with is a civilization that hid its thoughts behind an undeciphered wall, a world whose people we can see, whose tools we can touch, but whose inner voice remains quiet. Their script is a whisper stretched across 4,000 years. Carried by the wind, not yet heard, trade, crafts, and subtle connections. Though their script is unreadable, the Harappans spoke in other ways. They spoke through beads perfectly shaped and polished, through ceramics painted with geometric elegance, through metal cast into tools, ornaments, and subtle symbols of identity. They were master craftsmen. From the city of Lothal to the docks near the Arabian Sea, the Indus people built with skill. They created toys, tools, jewelry, and weights with mathematical accuracy. They understood measurement. They understood design, and they understood the connection. Cotton from the Indus reached Mesopotamia, where Sumerian scribes recorded the arrival of goods from a place they called Meluha. Carnelian beads from the Indus have been found as far as Oman and the Persian Gulf. Trade routes ran not just through rivers, but across land and sea. These were not isolated people. They were woven into the early networks of the ancient world quietly, efficiently, and with grace. Each seal they stamped, each bead they strung, each pot they shaped was a message. We are here. We create. We exchange, and yet, as with so much in the Indus world, these connections were understated. There are no boastful carvings of foreign tribute, no images of trade caravans drawn in stone. Only the objects remain mute but meaningful. They speak to a culture that prized precision. Beauty, an exchange not for conquest, but for continuity. As the sun sets over the dry plains and buried cities, the Indus civilization returns to stillness. But it is not empty. It is calm like a page that has yet to be turned. The Harappans left no towering monuments, no dramatic tales of war or glory. But they built cities where people could live cleanly, where water was honored, where roads were measured, and lives were lived with quiet dignity. They remind us that not all greatness shouts. Some greatness whispers, in the placement of bricks, in the flow of drains, in a seal pressed gently into clay, and though we cannot yet read their words, we can feel their presence in the order they left behind, in the care etched into their designs, and the echo of a civilization that chose balance over brawn. Their silence is not a void. It is an invitation to listen more closely, to look more gently, to wonder without rushing for answers. The cities of the Indus still breathe beneath the soil. Their story is not gone. It is simply waiting, patient, timeless, and full of grace. Raiders from the sea, the age of the sea peoples, in the twilight of the Bronze Age, the eastern Mediterranean shimmered with light and power. Great cities stood tall along the shores. Trade flowed across the waves. Palaces gleamed with imported goods, and tablets recorded alliances that spanned empires. From the Hittite strongholds of Anatolia to the walled cities of Mycenaean Greece, from Egypt's golden temples to the bustling ports of Ugarit, the region thrived under a delicate, shared order. But around 1200 BCE, that order began to tremble. And then it broke. The change came swiftly, but not without warning. Across the Levant and the Aegean, cities began to burn. Palaces fell into ruin. Trade routes vanished. Writing, once inscribed on clay and stone, became scarce. Entire kingdoms, once powerful and proud, vanished into the silence of history. This was not one war, not one collapse. It was a cascade of falling of dominoes across the known world. Scholars call it the Late Bronze Age collapse. And at the heart of this unraveling, an enigmatic force was named. The Egyptians called them the Sea Peoples. They came from the waves, from lands unnamed. They struck like storms swift, brutal, and with little warning. No city was too great, no army too large. Ugarit, once a proud coastal capital, sent its last letter begging for help even as smoke curled through its streets. The Hittites fell. The Mycenaeans crumbled. The mighty palaces of the Aegean became ghosts of stone. And even Egypt, the jewel of the Nile, braced itself for the wave to crash upon its shores. The Sea Peoples didn't just raid. They shattered a world that had lasted for centuries, names in stone, shadows in history. Much of what we know or think we know about the Sea Peoples comes not from their own mouths, but from the inscriptions of those who fought them. Temples in Egypt, especially at Medinet Habu in Karnak, pharaohs carved tales of battle. In those stories, names appear strange, foreign, unfamiliar. The Peliset, the Sheklish, the Denyen, the Jeker, the Weshish. They are listed as enemies, invaders, destroyers. But their origins remain uncertain. Were they tribes pushed from their homes by famine or war? Refugees of a larger catastrophe? Mercenaries turned conquerors? Or were they part of a great migration, a wandering of displaced peoples, moving across land and sea in desperate search for stability? Some scholars have traced their names to places we know, suggesting, for instance, that the Denyen might be connected to the people of Dana, or that the Paliset later became the Philistines. Others see in them remnants of Aegean cultures, perhaps even displaced Mycenaeans or islanders from the central Mediterranean. What makes the sea peoples so elusive is that they left no known writing of their own. No tablets, no carved monuments, no self-narrated histories. They exist in the records of others and always as the threat, yet they were more than a faceless horde. Their ships had curved hulls and sails. Their warriors wore horned helmets and carried round shields. They moved not only as raiders, but as families, women, children, oxen, carts, as though bringing with them an entire way of life. They were not merely destroying the old world. They may have been seeking a place in the new, Egypt's narrow escape as kingdoms crumbled across the Levant and Anatolia. Egypt stood as one of the last great powers of the Bronze Age. But even it could not ignore the growing storm under the rule of Ramses III. Egypt watched as the sea peoples turned their eyes southward. And in the 8th year of his reign, the threat arrived. At Medinet Habu, Ramses ordered the story of Egypt's defense carved in stone. The images stretch across vast walls, detailed, dramatic, unmistakable. Ships clash in narrow waters. Archers stand along the river banks. Warriors leap into battle, their weapons raised. Ramses called it a great victory, a salvation of Egypt. He claimed to have stopped the invaders both by sea and on land. According to the inscriptions, the sea peoples were crushed, their fleets sunk, their warriors slain. Captives were taken. Peace was restored, but the victory was narrow, and its cost deep. The sea peoples had already left their mark on Egypt's neighbors. The Hittites were gone. Syria was in chaos. Trade routes once rich with goods from Cyprus, and Canaan grew quiet. Even within Egypt, strain showed. Resources thinned. The weight of defense took its toll. Still, Egypt endured. Not untouched, but unbroken. Ramses III's records offer one of the rare, detailed accounts of this moment. Through his eyes and those of his scribes and artists, we glimpse the sea peoples not just as shadows, but as forces with ships, structure, and determination. And though Egypt survived, it would never again stand as it once had. The age of great empires had passed. What followed was something smaller, something different, the aftermath. A new world in the silence that followed the fires. A new world began to take shape. The great cities of Mycenaean Greece lay in ruin. Linear B, their script, disappeared. The palaces of Ugart and the Hittite capital of Hattusa crumbled into dust. Egypt, though still standing, turned inward, its reach diminished, and yet, from the ashes, new voices rose. The Philistines emerged in the southern Levant, perhaps descendants of the Paliset, carrying with them pottery styles and cultural traces that point to the Aegean. The Phoenicians, rising from the remnants of coastal Canaanite cities, began to build their fleets, eventually spreading their alphabet across the Mediterranean. Further inland, the Israelites established footholds in the highlands, writing a new chapter in the region's spiritual and political history. This was not a return to the old ways. It was the beginning of the Iron Age, a time of smaller kingdoms, shifting borders, and cultural rebirth. In place of palaces came prophets. In place of empire, city-states. In place of bronze, iron, the memory of the sea peoples faded into legend, their names carved in stone, but their identities lost to time. Still, their impact remains clear. They were the storm that ended an era. the wave that washed away a system grown fragile. And in their wake, the world reshaped itself. Less unified, perhaps, but full of new voices and visions, they remind us that history does not move in straight lines. That collapse can be both an end and a beginning. That out of loss, something new always grows. Today, the sea peoples remain elusive. Their names are chiseled into temple walls, but their stories drift like sails in the wind glimpsed, but never fully caught. We don't know where they came from. We don't know what they believed. But we know what they changed. The Bronze Age was a world built on connection, trade, alliance, diplomacy, shared gods, and shared goods. The Sea Peoples did not just burn cities. They shattered networks. They disrupted the flow of a world that had grown heavy with complexity, and in doing so, they forced change. We remember them not because they built monuments, but because they toppled them. Not because they wrote poems, but because they closed chapters. And yet, within their mystery lies a powerful reflection. They were part of something larger, a transformation of civilizations. A reminder that even the greatest structures rest on fragile ground. In the tides that brought them forth, and the silence they left behind, the sea peoples are still with us in the rise and fall of powers, in the patterns of migration, in the shifting of worlds. They came from the sea, and to the sea their story returns echoing gently, like waves along a distant shore. Beneath the ashes, the fire that silently spoke in every ancient ruin, in every city buried by time, there is a quiet layer of ash, the faintest trace of fire. It lies between stones, pressed into soil, tucked beneath the weight of centuries. Often overlooked, this ash is not just evidence of destruction. It is memory. It is breath, from the scorched remnants of Troy to the charred timbers hidden in cliffside dwellings of the American Southwest. Fire tells a dual story, one of endings and one of endurance. Troy burned more than once, layer upon layer of settlement, rebuilt after flames consumed the one before. Its walls rose again each time, its people returning with stone and purpose. Fire did not erase Troy. It marked its turning points. In the dry air of Chaco Canyon, where the ancestral Pueblones built their ceremonial great houses, archaeologists find beams blackened by smoke. Not all fire there was accidental. Some fires were part of ceremony, others perhaps a signal that the place had served its time. Yet even in the burn marks, there is no rage, only rhythm. In the Amazon, once thought to be untouched wilderness, researchers have uncovered traces of ancient soil engineered with charcoal biochar, carefully cultivated over generations. Fire was not feared. It was used, nurtured, partnered with. In every age, fire has been both tool and teacher. It cooks our food. It warms our shelters. It guards our nights. But it also reminds us how fragile the human world is, how quickly stone can fall and cities turn silent, and still the fire's message is not despair. It is presence. Even when the roof has long since collapsed, the hearth tells us someone lived here. Someone sat beside the flames. Someone listened to its voice in the dark. Hearths in the ruins, as we moved across civilizations from the mounds of Cahokia to the deserts of the Indus Valley, from Maya pyramids to forgotten Amazonian towns, we found more than monuments. We found hearths. They are small, simple, and easy to miss. A circle of stones, a ring of blackened earth, a shallow pit lined with ash. But within them lies something more powerful than kings. In Mohenjo-Daro, behind the grid of streets and careful drains, we find courtyards with ovens still shaped, still present. Some homes had more than one, suggesting shared meals, community, gatherings, moments of pause. In the Maya lowlands, where towering temples reached toward the gods, the fire was grounded. Near every household ruin, there is evidence of stoves and cook fires, clay pots cracked by heat, soot-laced walls. A kind of quiet companionship between people and flame. The ancestral Pueblones carved entire villages into cliffsides compact, circular rooms where fire warmed families through bitter winters. The soot on the ceilings still lingers, a shadow, cast by generations who looked up into its glow dot in the Andes, in Africa, in Mesopotamia. The pattern holds. For all the variety in architecture, belief, and environment, the hearth was a constant, a place where time softened, where food was shared, where stories lived, even in ruins where writing never existed. The hearth speaks. It says, someone cooked. Here, someone fed a child. Someone laughed. Someone rested. History often records rulers. But it is the hearth that remembers the people, the firekeeper's story. In the great sweep of civilizations, the focus often turns to temples, wars, and rulers. But what of the ones who kept the fires lit? Each night, someone placed the kindling. Someone shielded the flame from the wind. Someone stirred the pot, made the bread, waited for embers to soften. Someone often unnamed, unrecorded, ensured. That warmth did not leave the home. They were likely women. But not only women. They were the elders, the watchful, the steady hands. Their lives were not marked with monuments, but with continuity, with tending, with presence. In ancient Greece, the hearth was sacred. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, received the first offering at every meal. In Rome, the Vestal virgins guarded the eternal flame, a symbol not just of divine power, but of the state's survival. When the flame went out, it meant disorder, forgetting, collapse. But beyond temples and formal rites, fire lived in daily ritual. It lived in routines, in morning sparks and evening embers. In cold hands warmed and bread risen over slow heat. The firekeeper's task was never only practical. It was emotional, relational. They knew the fire's moods, when it needed air, when it needed patience, when to let it die and when to let it blaze. They were the first to rise and the last to rest. Their faces may not appear on coins or murals, but they carried the essence of a civilization, its meals, its comfort, its memory. In every ash layer, there is the trace of their work. In every burned beam, a final vigil. In every ruin, a reminder. Even empires rested on the hands that kindled warmth, sleep in the glow. And now, as the journey comes to a close, from pyramids to jungles, from desert stone to forest silence, we return to the fire. Its voice is low, soft, crackling gently like ancient memories rising into the air. The world around it is quiet. The stars above are unchanged. The fire glows not to conquer darkness, but to soften it, not to call attention, but to hold space. Its light flickers on the walls of caves and cities alike, dancing across time. There were no cameras in the Indus Valley, no diaries left behind in lost Amazonian towns. But we know they watched the flame as we do now. We know they sat beside it, alone or together, letting its rhythm slow their breath. And though the people are gone, the feeling is not. The warmth remains. This is not a story of endings, but of continuity. Every civilization we visited, no matter how lost or distant, leaves behind one shared truth, that someone long before us paused beside a fire and listened. To the silence, to the night, to each other, and maybe in that glow, they felt what we feel now, a closeness to the past, a stillness, a peace. So as the flames curl and fade, and the coals dim to red, we drift gently into sleep, not into forgetting, but into remembering, for history is not only what was written in stone, it is what was whispered in firelight. The forgotten kingdom of the Sahel, the enigma of Great Zimbabwe in the quiet hills of southeastern Africa, where savanna meets stone and the wind rolls gently across the earth, there rises a place that seems carved from memory. Among granite, boulders and scattered acacia trees, walls emerge high, smooth, and strong. They curve with elegance, enclosing silence. This is Great Zimbabwe. No cement binds these walls. No mortar holds them in place. The stone has been laid with such care, such exactness, that the structure holds together on balance alone. Millions of granite blocks, chiseled and shaped, stacked in interlocking harmony. They form narrow passageways, soaring towers, and grand enclosures, all built by hand. Some walls stretch over 800 feet long, rising as high as 36 feet. They twist in gentle arcs, hugging the contours of the hills. Their builders had no cranes, no steel, just stone, strength, and a vision of permanence. At the center stands the great enclosure, a circular walled structure believed to be the royal compound. Within it, a conical tower rises, solid and mysterious, with no clear entrance and no written explanation. It may have symbolized power, fertility, or ancestry. Or perhaps it simply stood as a quiet monument to the builder's skill. The architecture of Great Zimbabwe does not shout. It whispers. It curves with grace rather than standing in defiance. Its strength is not in weight, but in patience. This city, built without a single drop of mortar, still holds fast against time. Trade in gold and ivory. Great Zimbabwe was never meant to be hidden. It was not an isolated fortress or a forgotten outpost. In its time, it was alive with movement, a pulse beating in the heart of Africa. Gold flowed from the earth here. It was dug from riverbeds, panned from streams, and carried to traders who waited beyond the hills. Ivory carved from the long tusks of elephants followed the same path. It was shaped into ornaments and tools, exchanged for goods from across the world. Beads from India have been found among the ruins. Chinese porcelain, once prized and rare, was unearthed in fragments. Glassware, cloth, and metals came from Arabia and Persia. The Swahili coast, just hundreds of miles to the northeast, served as a vibrant connector, a place where ships arrived. From across the Indian Ocean, carrying both treasure and tales, the people of Great Zimbabwe were part of this vast network. They controlled the flow of goods from the African interior to the world beyond. Caravans moved between kingdoms. Markets buzzed. Languages blended. This city, far from being remote, stood at the center of exchange, cultural, spiritual, and economic. Its wealth was not only in gold, but in ideas, in the connections it fostered, in the bridges it built, not in steel, but in trust. There are no preserved ledgers here, no scrolls of trade, but in the artifacts left behind, a bead, a shard, a smoothed stone weight, we see the fingerprints of global interaction. Great Zimbabwe was not cut off. It was connected, not poor, but prosperous, not passive, but powerful, misunderstood by design. When European explorers first reached the ruins of Great Zimbabwe in the 19th century, they stood in disbelief. They saw the stone walls, the soaring enclosures, the complexity of the design, and they refused to believe that it was African. The assumption came not from evidence, but from prejudice. Many early visitors insisted the city must have been built by outsiders, perhaps by Phoenicians, Arabs, or people from the biblical kingdom of Sheba. They looked for any explanation that did not involve African hands, the idea that sub-Saharan Africans could create such a grand, organized city with architecture, trade, and political order did not fit into the colonial imagination. So instead, a different story was written, one that erased the real builders for decades. this false history endured. Some European archaeologists deliberately ignored findings that pointed to African origins. Excavations were manipulated, interpretations twisted, and voices silenced, but the truth was never buried too deeply. Oral histories from local Shona communities had long spoken of the site as sacred. Archaeological studies eventually confirmed what had always been there, that the stone, the pottery, the culture, all pointed to a flourishing African kingdom, one that rose and thrived between the 11th and 15th centuries. Great Zimbabwe was the center of a powerful state. It influenced smaller settlements across the region. Its rulers managed wealth, organized labor, and upheld spiritual traditions. The myth of foreign builders was not a mystery. It was a decision, one that has slowly unraveled. Today, Great Zimbabwe stands as both a monument and a memory. It reminds us not only of what once was, but of how easily truth can be hidden, not by time, but by design. The silent court. There are no stone inscriptions on the walls of Great Zimbabwe. No royal statues. No engraved declarations. Its story is told without words, but in the silence of its enclosures. A court once stirred. Within the outer walls, leaders gathered. Ceremonies echoed beneath the conical tower. Drums may have sounded across the savannah, calling people together, not just in governance, but in ritual. The site was carefully organized. The spatial divisions suggest rank and purpose. Some areas were for elites, others for commoners. Royal compounds were walled off. Domestic areas held hearths and grand areas. It was not just a city. It was a capital of culture, belief, and structure. Still, the rulers remain unnamed. No tombs have been found. No records left behind. Yet the layout of the city, its craftsmanship, and its longevity suggest careful leadership. A people who knew how to build, how to lead, and how to remember. Today, as visitors walk among the walls, their footsteps echo in chambers where voices once gathered. The court is gone, but the space remains shaped to carry sound, to hold presence, to invite reflection. Great Zimbabwe's silence is not emptiness. It is fullness without noise. It asks us to listen differently. The stones do not need to speak in sentences. Their curves, their weight, their placement all tell us what we need to know: that a people lived here, that they built with care, that they led not with conquest, but with vision. As the sun sets over the Zimbabwean hills and the light softens on the granite walls, the city begins to disappear, not in form, but in contrast. The stone fades gently into the land, like a breath returning to the earth, but it is still here. Great Zimbabwe does not roar with the past. It hums with it. In its curves we find rhythm. In its silence, truth. It teaches us that history is not always loud, that complexity can live in places overlooked, that the absence of writing is not the absence of story. For centuries, its voice was dismissed, its origin denied. But today, it stands tall, not just as a relic, but as a reclaiming, a monument not to mystery, but to mastery. Those who built in stone without mortar. Those who traded without needing ships. Those who ruled without needing words carved in rock. And to those who still remember. Cities of the jungle, the lost kingdoms of Cambodia, in the heart of Southeast Asia, the jungle breathes with secrets. Thick with vines and endless green, the forests of Cambodia seem untouched, eternal. But beneath this canopy lies a different kind of history, one not carved in marble or announced in scrolls, but etched into earth, stone, and shadow. Here, among the trees, the past hides in silence. For years, the ruins of Angkor Wat stood alone in the global imagination, a solitary marvel towering in stone, a temple without rival. But the jungle has kept a deeper truth. And now, through the soft gaze of laser light, it begins to reveal what eyes could not see, using a technology called LIDAR light detection, and ranging archaeologists have scanned the forest from above, beaming light pulses through the trees. The results are breathtaking. Beneath the surface, a vast city emerges. Roads stretch like forgotten arteries. Canals wind through lost neighborhoods. Grids of homes, outlines of temples, the bones of a civilization long hidden by leaf and root. Entire cities once surrounded Angkor Wat, cities like Angkor Thom, Preah Khan, and Ta Prohm not as isolated monuments, but as part of a connected, living whole. These weren't just scattered shrines. They were part of an immense urban landscape, planned and built with extraordinary vision, paths and highways, causeways and reservoirs, all laid in precise alignment, crisscrossing the terrain with mathematical care. The jungle swallowed them, but did not erase them. The city beneath the trees was one of the largest pre-industrial urban settlements on Earth. And for centuries, it remained nearly invisible. It's not just a tale of ruins. It's a rediscovery of scale. A reminder that sometimes the most incredible cities aren't lost. They're simply quiet, water engineers of the tropics in the lands of monsoon and drought. Water is not just life. It is everything. The Khmer Empire, builders of Angkor, understood this. They were not just architects of stone, they were engineers of flow. Their power lay not in conquest alone, but in the gentle mastery of water. The rains here fall hard, then disappear for months. The land swings between flood and thirst. But the Khmer turned that rhythm into design. They built Bare's massive reservoirs, some stretching for miles. They dug canals to link rivers, lakes, and villages. They shaped the earth into a network of moats, dikes, and spillways, guiding water like a sculptor guides clay. This was no simple irrigation system. It was hydrological choreography. Water moved through Angkor, not just for farming, but for ceremony, for cleanliness, for balance. The city was organized around its flow. Reservoirs fed the rice fields. Canals connected temples. The moat around Angkor Wat was not merely defensive. It was symbolic, a mirror of the Hindu cosmos. The sacred ocean surrounding Mount Meru, water allowed the Khmer Empire to feed hundreds of thousands. It let them expand into dry seasons. It gave them control in a land of extremes, but systems. Even perfect ones are delicate in time. The same water that gave Angkor life would test its limits. When floods grew too strong or droughts lasted too long, the finely tuned balance began to falter. Silt clogged canals. Reservoirs dried. Crops failed, and the system, brilliant, vast, intricate, could not adapt fast enough. In the end, the Khmer didn't lose control of water. They lost their place within it, temples to the cosmos to walk. Through Angkor Wat at dawn is to step into a dream. The towers rise in silhouette, reflecting in calm waters. The sky turns gold. The stone breathes ancient air, but this temple, vast, detailed, harmonious, is more than beauty. It is astronomy in sandstone, a calendar in corridors, a universe turned to architecture. The Khmer people aligned there. Temples with the stars. Angkor Wat, one of the largest religious structures in the world, is set to face the west, a rare orientation possibly tied to death rituals or solar events. During equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central tower, framed perfectly by its silhouette. Light and shadow meet in balance. Time is made visible. This harmony repeats across temples. Bang Melia, remote and half swallowed by jungle, follows the same cosmic geometry. So do Preah Vai here, Banti Shray, and the temples of the Rolioas group. Each one speaks to the heavens in stone, inscriptions, though worn, describe days and deities. Lunar calendars were carved into doorways. Celestial cycles were mirrored in pond reflections and gallery lengths. These were not passive structures. They were living instruments echoing the cycles of the moon, the seasons, the gods. The temples were places of worship, but also of wonder. Their beauty lay not only in carvings of dancing apsaras or towering lintels, but in their quiet alignment. With time itself, to live an anchor was to live in rhythm with water, with sun, with shadow, and to pray there was to feel the sky move around you. When the water failed at its height, the Khmer Empire stretched across much of mainland Southeast Asia. Its temples gleamed, its rice fields shimmered, its cities thrived, and then, slowly, the silence began. For centuries, no single moment of collapse appears in records. There was no invasion that ended it all, no catastrophe carved into stone. Instead, the decline was gradual, a fading, a retreat, but modern science offers new clues. By analyzing tree rings, sediment layers, and ancient pollen, researchers have reconstructed the climate story of the time. What they found is a pattern of instability. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the monsoon became unpredictable. There were long droughts, followed by intense floods. The balance that the Khmer had mastered for generations became erratic. The water system, once a strength, became a strain. Fields flooded. Canals overflowed or dried. The careful geometry of anchor, tuned to a rhythm of rain and sun, could not adapt to chaos. As the environment changed, so did society. The capital shifted. Political unrest stirred. Temples were abandoned. The jungle returned, and yet Angkor Wat remained. So did the reservoirs. So did the roads beneath the trees, because not everything failed. People moved. New powers rose. Buddhism replaced Hinduism. New rituals emerged. The civilization did not vanish. It transformed. Even now, Cambodians visit Angkor as pilgrims. They walk the same stones, light incense in the same courtyards. The rhythm, though quieter, continues. The lesson of Angkor is not just of loss, but of complexity, of how beauty can be built on systems, and how even the strongest systems must bend. It does not erase Angkor. It embraces it. Each root that wraps a wall is a kind of memory. Each vine, a hand on stone. The trees do not steal history, they shelter it. Slowly, today, the cities of the Khmer are being uncovered. Not by conquest, but by light. LIDAR reveals. Archaeology restores. Stories reawaken, and what they show is not just ruins but resilience, a civilization that mapped the stars, that mastered rivers, that built temples to eternity, and when water turned against them, they did not vanish. They adjusted. They moved. They endured. Beneath the forest, the city still breathes, and in the quiet hum of insects, in the distant call of birds, in the stillness between temples, you can hear it, the footsteps, the chants, the sound of water, once guided by stone, a city not lost, simply waiting. Towers in the fog, the ghosts of Skara Brae on the far edge of Scotland, where the land gives way to sea and the wind never seems to rest. There lies a village cradled in earth and time. Skara Brae, nestled into the soft curves of Orkney's coast, is older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge. Yet it sits silent and nearly whole, as if its people might return at any moment. It was the wind that buried it, a storm that shifted dunes, sent sand rushing across stone, and sealed the homes in time. For over 4,000 years, Skara Brae remained hidden beneath the layers, a ghost beneath the grass, forgotten by history. Then another storm came. In 1850, wind and waves tore at the coastline, revealing not just ruin, but rooms. Not crumbled walls, but complete houses with hearths, beds, and shelves all intact. The homes are low and round, their roofs long gone, but their hearts remain. Built from slabs of local stone, each dwelling shares a pattern. A central fire pit. Stone dressers the first thing one would see upon entering, perhaps by design. Beds on either side, divided by low partitions. Niche storage tucked into walls, the rooms are connected by covered passageways, protecting their inhabitants from the cold wind and salt spray. The stones hold no carvings of rulers, no epic scenes of war, only function, comfort, and a strange intimacy. These were not monuments. They were homes. The sand had preserved it all. Not just the shape, but the feeling. Walking through Skara Brae is not like visiting ruins. It's like stepping into a place where someone has just left the room. Every corner speaks of living, of staying warm through dark winters, of watching the sea while the fire burned low, of a people whose presence lingers even when their names have vanished. Life by the cold sea. Skara Brae sat close to the shore, where the sea met the stone and the land offered just enough to survive. Life here was not easy, but it was steady, grounded in routine, anchored by the rhythm of tides, seasons, and sky. The people of this village farmed what they could. Barley and small crops were likely planted in the short summers, nourished by compost and seaweed. They kept animals, cattle, sheep, perhaps pigs. Their bones remain, buried alongside tools and broken pots, but the sea was their truest neighbor. Fish and shellfish filled their diet. Limpets, mussels, and cod. Whales may have been scavenged when beached. Seals hunted in the colder months. Nets and lines, perhaps woven from grasses or gut, helped bring food from the waters. Tools carved from bone and antler tell of quiet, careful labor. Needles, awls, and spatulas speak to clothing and crafting. Stone balls intricately grooved may have been ceremonial, or simply games passed down through generations. There were no metals here, no imported luxury. And yet, the lives lived were rich not in treasure, but in time shared. They knew the stars. They watched the moon. They tracked the sun's place on the horizon and built not just homes, but a worldview. Their society left no kings, no armies, no written records. But it left care. The care of shaping stones to fit hands. The care of placing the hearth at the center. The care of crafting every home in a village to echo the others, not as a sign of rank, but of belonging. Here, life was close. Close to the earth. Close to the sea. Close to each other. The quiet departure when Skara Brae was uncovered. It looked as if the people had just stepped outside. And in a way they had. The homes were not burned. There was no sign of destruction. No weapons buried hastily. No mass graves. No signs of panic. Only stillness. One day, the village was full. Another, it was empty. What happened? The truth is no one knows for certain. But there are clues. Around 2500 BCE, the climate began to shift. Winters grew colder. Storms more frequent. The sea crept closer, eroding the land. Fields may have flooded. Crops may have failed. The delicate balance between people and place may have tipped. Perhaps the villagers moved inland, seeking shelter further from the wind. Perhaps they joined another settlement, or slowly faded into other communities. There is no trace of migration. In the sand, no trail left behind, but the way that left quiet, intact, suggests a peaceful departure. A slow decision. A letting go. The stone beds remained. The hearths unbroken. Even tools were left behind, as if no longer needed. As if the village once full of voices and fire, had served its time. There is something haunting in that end. Also something gentle. Not all endings come with catastrophe. Some come like fog, slow, silent. Softly closing a chapter without a scream, Skara Brae was not destroyed. It was released, echoes in the wind today. The wind still circles over Orkney. It rushes over the stone walls. It rattles through grass grown, tall over ancient roofs. And in that wind there is something more than air. Something old, gulls cry above, tracing the same sky their ancestors once flew. The tide rolls in and out, just as it did 5,000 years ago. The homes remain open to the sky now, but still whole in spirit. Visitors walk between the stones, their steps soft on ancient paths. They pause at the hearths. They imagine the flicker of flame. They listen not for words, but for feeling, because Skara Brae does not speak loudly. It doesn't shout history. It hums with memory. You feel it in the curves of the walls, in the way the rooms welcome you, even in silence. In the fact that no door here has been shut for thousands of years, the Atlantic mist touches the same stones. Once warmed by hands, now long gone. The sea winds carry the same salt. The sky leans close, just as it always has. Skara Brae is not just an ancient place. It is a living one kept alive by the stones that held lives, by the wind that remembers, by the stillness that asks nothing more than to be noticed. It reminds us that not all history is written in war or empire. Some of it is written in quiet, in the roundness of rooms, in the hush of departure, in the echo of footsteps once shared between firelight and sea. The desert bloomed the kingdom of the Nabateans. The desert holds its secrets in silence. Wind sculpts the stone. Light shifts across the sand. And between walls of red rock, a path winds inward narrow, winding, patient. This is the CQ.to. Walk the sick is to walk through a memory. The passage is tight, no more than a few meters wide, with towering cliffs rising on either side hundreds of feet high. The air feels close here, hushed by stone. Every footstep echoes softly. The canyon curves again and again, hiding what comes next. And then, suddenly, the walls part. There it is, the treasury, carved into the rock like a dream. The fog glows with morning light. Rose and amber, gold and shadow. Columns and statues, friezes and doorways. It is not built, it is revealed. As if it had always been part of the mountain, waiting to be seen. Locals call it Al-Khazna. But its true purpose remains a mystery. Was it a tomb? A temple? A monument to power or to protection? This is Petra, the city of stone, born from the cliffs of southern Jordan. Once the capital of a kingdom that mastered silence, trade, and time. Behind the treasury lie tombs and temples, stairways and homes, all carved into the rock. The city stretches out across valleys and hills, woven into the land, rather than laid upon it. There is no single entrance. Petra opens gradually, like a flower in the sand, and in doing so, reminds us that beauty often hides in plain view, waiting for those who walk quietly enough to find it. Masters of the desert, the Nabateans were not conquerors in the traditional sense. They did not raise armies to expand borders or cast statues of war. Instead, they carved water from rock and coaxed prosperity from dust. In a land where rainfall is rare and rivers do not linger, the Nabateans created a city that bloomed there. Genius was in their understanding of water. Along cliffsides and canyons, they carved channels smooth, angled, precise. Rainwater from the rare storms was caught and guided, carried across long distances into reservoirs hidden in stone. Dams softened flash floods. Cisterns stored water for months. Terraces and basins slowed the flow, letting the earth drink slowly. No drop was wasted, and with water came life. The Nabateans grew fruit and wheat. They raised livestock. They built gardens and shaded courtyards. Their homes, cut into stone, stayed cool during the long, hot days. Their temples echoed with ritual, and their markets bustled with exchange. It wasn't brute strength that made Petra flourish. It was harmony with the land, with the sky, with the delicate cycles of water and season. Even their architecture reflected this balance. Their buildings did not rise above the desert, they melted into it. Stone became shelter. Earth became art. In mastering water, the Nabateans mastered survival. But more than that, they made the desert bloom, caravan crossroads long before global shipping lanes and international airports. There were caravans, long trains of camels, winding through dust and dunes, bearing spices and silk, perfume, and gold. Petra sat at the crossroads of these ancient routes, the incense road from southern Arabia, the silk route from the east, and the Roman paths from the Mediterranean. It was a meeting place of worlds. Frankincense from Yemen passed through here, myrrh from Oman, spices from India, textiles from Persia, glass from Syria. These goods were precious not just for their use, but for what they symbolized. Luxury, power, connection. The Nabateans controlled the flow. They knew the routes, the oases, the dangers. They provided water, rest, and trade. They collected tolls. They negotiated with empires, Greek, Roman, Egyptian, all of whom needed what passed through Petra, and so they grew wealthy. The city reflects this wealth not in gold-plated palaces, but in its scope. The amphitheater, carved from solid rock, could hold thousands. Marketplaces buzzed with dialects from distant lands. Temples stood high on hills, reaching toward the gods of many names. But the most remarkable thing is how little the Nabateans wrote about themselves. Their records are sparse. Their legacy lives more in stone than in script. They left behind no grand histories. Only roads, wells, trade. Stone so carefully carved that it still glows at sunrise. They knew that power didn't need to shout. Sometimes it only needed to guide a caravan safely through the heat and offer water at the end. When the sands return, nothing in the desert is fixed. The sand moves. The wind changes. And even the greatest cities can be softened by time. By the 2nd century CE, Petra had begun to fade. The Romans had taken control, shifting trade routes westward. Ships replaced caravans. Ports grew more important than desert trails. What once passed through Petra now passed around it. The Nabateans, once essential, became less so. The desert, no longer filled with goods and travelers, returned to quiet. There was no sudden fall, no invasion or disaster. Just a long exhale. Earthquakes came. Markets closed. Reservoirs dried. And the canyons that once echoed with life grew. Still again, for centuries, Petra slept, known only to locals, half remembered by legend. The city of stone waited beneath the cliffs and dust. It was not until the 19th century that Western explorers, led by curiosity and whispers, rediscovered it. They entered the sick and saw the treasury as if for the first time. And once again, Petra became a place of wonder. Today, the wind blows through empty tombs. The sky turns amber above the cliffs, and the carved facades remain not ruined, but resting. The desert took Petra back gently, like a mother recalling a child. Not out of cruelty, but out of rhythm. Everything here follows rhythm. The Nabateans, in their quiet wisdom, built with this in mind. That beauty should endure. That silence can be shelter. That even when forgotten, something can still be remembered. Petra is not only a city. It is a lesson carved in sandstone, written in shadow and light. It reminds us that civilization does not need noise to thrive, that empires can be built on trade and trust, not war, that architecture can rise not to defy nature, but to move with it. The Nabateans left behind no empire of conquest, no sprawling colonies. But what they built still stands: the treasury, the monastery, the carved streets and secret stairs, the water channels that still guide the eye along stone and in every curve. A question lingers: how did they do this? Who were they? We may never know all the answers, but we know this: they found a way to make the desert bloom. They turned silence into structure, and they showed that some of the strongest cities are those that fade not into ruin, but into myth. Under frozen sky, the mystery of the Arctic hunters. The Arctic is not silent. It breathes and long exhales the moan of shifting sea ice, the whisper of snow on snow, the hum of wind over frozen plains. Underneath it all, a history lies, buried not in stone walls or written words, but in frost-hardened ground and memory carried on breath. Far from the deserts of the Nabateans or the jungles of Angkor, there is a story held in cold and shadow, a story passed not by parchment, but by voice soft, rhythmic, reverent. Inuit oral traditions speak of a people who came before. They were smaller, quieter, different. The stories call them the Tunit. Archaeologists call them the Dorset. The Dorset were Arctic hunters who lived across the icy reaches of what we now know as Canada and Greenland, from around 500 BCE to 1500 CE, long before modern Inuit communities settled these lands. The Dorset made their way across frozen coasts, crafting homes from snow and tools from bone, and then, one day, they were gone. No great battle is remembered. No clear migration route has been found. They simply vanished, their footsteps fading into permafrost, where remains are impressions not only in ice, but in legend. Stories passed down by Inuit elders describe the Tunit as strong but shy. They did not speak like other people. They lived apart. And eventually they disappeared, leaving behind only the shape of their lives. These stories were once considered folklore, but time and science have shown their truth. In stone rings where tents once stood, in caribou bones split, clean for marrow, in the faint outlines of tools shaped long ago, the Dorset left their echoes, shadows on the ice, waiting for light to pass across them again. Carvings in bone, the Dorset people lived in a world of scarcity: no trees, no metal, no woven cloth. Yet they built lives full of depth, resilience, and quiet artistry. From walrus tusk and caribou antler, they carved their stories. The tools they left behind are small, delicate, exact harpoon heads with grooves for hafting, snow knives shaped for slicing, and bowls hollowed from soapstone. These objects were not just for survival. They were extensions of thought and skill. Among the tools are figures' tiny faces, curved animals, silent eyes. Some are amulets, others perhaps toys. Still others may have been offerings set beside the sea or buried in the snow. A small carved face, smoothed by time, stares without mouth or expression. It was shaped by hands that lived in a world of dim light, in deep, cold hands that understood bone not as leftover, but as material. The Dorset left no known language, no texts, no architecture in the classical sense. Their shelters were snow houses in winter, tents in summer. Their lives moved with the animals. They hunted seal through breathing holes in ice, tracked polar bears across wind-blown plains, and gathered what the land would give. And yet, in that life they made art, delicate patterns scratched into ivory, figurines held between fingers, the suggestion of movement in a line etched into antler. These were not grand monuments. But they were human, deeply so. Their silence does not mean absence. It means reverence. It means they lived so close to the earth that their memory sinks into it. And now, as we kneel beside what remains a carved walrus, a sliver of soapstone, a polished harpoon blade, we glimpse not just what they did, but how they felt. The Dorset shaped the Arctic. And the Arctic, in turn, shaped their quiet wonder. The arrival of the Thule somewhere around 1000 CE, change came to the north. A new culture, the Thule, began to spread across the Arctic, swift, skilled, and carrying with them a different kind of life. They arrived from Alaska, crossing into the eastern Arctic, with technologies that redefined what survival looked like in the cold. The Thule brought large skin boats, called umiaks, capable of carrying whole families in hunting parties. They traveled not only by foot, but by sled pulled by trained dogs. Gliding across the snow with efficiency and speed, they hunted with new tools. They built larger communities. And slowly, they expanded across lands the Dorset once called home. This was not a conquest in the way ancient empires advanced. There are no signs of war, no fields of battle. But the change was real. The Dorset way of life faded. The Thule way endured, and like the Dorset, the Thule left behind more than tools. They left structures, semi-subterranean homes insulated, with whalebone and sod. They crafted signal stones and meat caches. And eventually, they became the ancestors of the modern Inuit. The Inuit remember both peoples. The Thule were their forebears. But the Tunit, the Dorset, were something else. Strong, shy, mysterious dot in the oral histories, the Tunit are remembered with a kind of awe. They could lift heavy stones. They avoided conflict. They disappeared not in defeat, but in retreat. Stepping back into the snow as the world changed around them, what makes the Thule significant is not only their resilience, but their bridge. They are the link between the ancient and the now. Through them, the Arctic continues. Through their descendants, the snow still carries memory, stillness in the snow in the modern Arctic. The light stretches for hours in summer and disappears for months in winter. The land is vast. The cold is not a threat, it is a rhythm. Here, time does not move in seconds. It moves in seasons, in migrations. In moonlight cast across ice, amid this rhythm, the traces remain, a circle of stones. Once the base of a tent, a cooking slab blackened by soot, a harpoon blade made of antler resting in frozen soil. The soft depression of a long abandoned shelter, now hidden beneath drifts and lichen. These are not the ruins of temples. They are the footprints of life. To walk the Arctic today is to walk across memory. Inuit communities still hunt, still build. Snow houses, when needed, still follow the patterns of wind and animal that shaped their ancestors. They remember not in books, but in practice, in stories told by elders, in the way a knife is held, in the way silence is respected. The Dorset are gone, but they are not forgotten. Each winter wind that howls across the tundra carries more than cold. It carries the breath of those who waited at seal holes, who carved faces into ivory, who stepped quietly across ice, listening for the sea beneath their feet. The Arctic may seem still, but it is full of motion, slow, careful, timeless. Here, civilization does not rise in towers or stone roads. It rises in patience, in adaptation, in knowing when to move and when to be still. The snow keeps the stories. The cold holds the breath of the ones who came before. In the deep white silence of the Arctic, where stars burn low over frozen earth, and nothing seems to stir. History waits not in noise, but in knowing. The Dorset carved their world with care. The Thule crossed it with skill. The Inuit hold it with memory, And we, standing far from their winters, listen. A tiny figurine, shaped from ivory, rests beneath snow. A soot-stained stone sits quietly beside the coast. A line of dog tracks disappears into the horizon. Each is a reminder that even in the coldest places, humanity found a way not just to survive, but to live, to watch, to shape, to remember. The Arctic never shouted its history. It whispered it into the ice. And if we are quiet enough, we can still hear. It's soft, slow, and endlessly alive beneath the frozen sky.